Greetings, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. It's kind of hot here, so I've got my fan on again. Had a busy day yesterday because I attended a couple of events to advocate for better public transit funding. And there's an exclamation mark command you can use for that in the stream title if you're interested. But a lot of walking around, and I'm glad that it was not as hot for us as it was once I got back home, because it's toasty today. I'm starting to load up the city here. It takes about 5 minutes to load, but something crashed when I tried the first time, so I'm starting again. Let's head into the game, even though it's just a loading screen at the moment. If this also doesn't work, I may need to poke it. I may need to do all the poking at OBS before trying to load up the city. It's possible it doesn't like being interrupted. Almost there, I hope. Just a little further. Come on. There we go. Alright, so here we are. So here's everything we set up last week. We've got kind of a long main street here with residential all on one side. We just started putting stuff on the coastline, and there were all these fault lines from all those earthquakes we had. Well, not all the earthquakes, because some of them were up here. We've got a little farm, and we've got an airport all the way over here that is not too elaborate at the moment, except for these roads. But let's start things up. Unpause. We've got a fair amount of money. I was running the clock fairly fast for a while. What's all this? Knocked down trees. It'd be nice to make some kind of a little park here. Or here. We definitely need some walking paths here. And let's see. There we go. Give people a bit of a shortcut. Okay, what's this? We have a marina, and we have a restaurant pier. Very nice. Okay, so what are all kinds of stuff I wanted to do? Oh no, we got a fire. We've got a fire, but we've got a fire truck. Everything is fine. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do is I kind of noticed that when we're looking at the appeal area of this hotel, there was some kind of view where we could see what the appeal of the land is. Hotel locations, yes. So popularity for sightseeing, shopping, business, and nature. That's really strong, a little bit closer to the coast. So if we could move the hotel a little farther in, we could do a better job. Now to do that, we're gonna have to change up the road a little bit. And also probably the boundary of this park. There's nothing much going on here, so we can move it back there. But suppose I get some 2-lane road with wide sidewalks. Maybe if I just branch it off here, then maybe I won't feel like I need this walkway. Why is this necessary? Suppose I bring this here. And move this a little farther in. Now it's maxed out. We should be able to get more people in. However, I would like to move this park entrance back as a result. Also, yeah, this bus line is doing weird things now, I'm sure. So let's see what we can do about this. Quite a bus, Yui. Yeah, these, the physics are always a little interesting. So I'm gonna take this out. Yes, don't worry, we're gonna bring it back. We have our wide sidewalks road. Space already occupied by what exactly? I'm actually going to take this out. Mailbox-like thingy. Well, it might have had some kind of conflict with the gazebo. This is a little awkward. What's going on with our bus line? Because I know we have the airport line. Well, whatever. Okay, here's the airport line. That's the one that we had going to Cedar Trails. Okay, and I might have just eliminated a bus stop. This stop should serve the hotel fairly well. Can I move it here? Yes, that puts it a little more centrally located. That's fine. I'm gonna make this road a little more graceful. Can have it lead off that way. And this, I'm gonna move a little over. We'll be fine. Just moving these things back slightly, because what I want to do is put another park entrance in. Parks and plazas, the city park, and now we need side gate. Something it thinks is there. Okay, and now it seems to think there's some intersection here when there isn't really. Maybe people were still there. It thinks there's some junction here. Maybe it's just the junction with the park entrance. Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay, we've now got 4 out of 5 people staying here. So what's the airport line like now? Okay, that's all fine. If anything, we can cut that a little closer. Once this is starting to be filled up, then we can maybe think about more hotels. We could maybe put another one down here. Sightseeing, nature, because nature's got some good appeal along the coast. Now let's try another one. You were upset about fires. What's fire danger like? Fire safety. Ah, okay. We've got some less than ideal locations. Okay, we've got a firehouse, a fire station. Let's maybe put one in this industrial area. That's something we need. If we connect up the coast road this way, that'll make it a nicer location for kind of anything like that. That's a flood wall. Don't need that right now, she said, tempting fate. Put a nice graceful curve on this. There. Okay, now this road can do the same thing. It can start out straight, and we're gonna have to fix that walking path. That's fine. A little difficult to make sane angles. There we go. And let's get our walking path here fixed up. Okay, we could use another firehouse. Put it right on the corner. That'll give this commercial area good coverage too. And let's put in another hotel. The town hostel, low-cost accommodation in dormitories with shared kitchens and bathrooms. It's nature, sightseeing. What are its... Ah, okay. Sightseeing and shopping. So if we add more commercial stuff, then this will do well. How big is it? Oh, it's tiny. Ah, but for some reason... Ah, because this road was here first, this one didn't get zoning. I think there's a way I can fix that. Escape routes? No, I may need to redo some routes. Just road. No, not that. I might have had to figure this out when the road was made. rather take that zoning off of there. And at this point, it may be easier just to remove this chunk of road. And maybe remake this one. Oh. No, there's something about that. Maybe it's too much of a slope on the land? Did I do something about... Ah, I must have turned off the zoning by accident. There we go. Let's put you back. How can you be sad about that? It's fixed. And I'm totally gonna rezone you as residential. You might not even have to tear your house down. Okay, well this hostel is this tiny little thing. That's kind of cute. Let's put it right near the walking path. Okay. People of nature. Sightseeing, that'll get better as these buildings go in. Or maybe slightly not. Well, we'll probably need to replace some of this with a park. Meanwhile, how's the cabin? 4 out of 5 guess. Okay. Now, I don't suppose we have a bus line coming out this far. I kind of want to extend Main Street in order to make that work. What the? Someone just dug a hole in my backyard and put a bunch of canned food. Who does this? Well, maybe that's a sign that we need better disaster preparedness, which, frankly, we kind of do. We have a disaster response unit. We need a little more money for an emergency shelter. Okay, now there's another thing I wanted to fix up at the airport. I'm gonna check your suggestion in just a moment. Right now I need a taxiway. Since it really needs to come off. It really needs to make a loop here. Okay, I have room to extend a wide main street and tee it to a bridge to the area on the southeast. Oh, yes. I could put a bridge across here. I could certainly do that. Still got a lot of room over here, though. If we don't mind nuking the rocks, this could be a good place for a high-density area. But so could this spot here, because this is close to the airport. That might be kind of nice. Now we can't quite actually do high density yet. We still need some more people, so maybe we do need to put our stuff on both coasts. This is also kind of far away from the fault line, but that would be another good place for a bridge. We could also extend this as a bridge going over. Kind of like that idea. The only problem is we've got this cemetery. And that cannot be moved until it is emptied out. So I'm going to get a head start on that. Hospital, child health center. Oh, we don't have the option for a crematorium yet. Alright, but we do have the option to just put in more cemeteries. And empty this one out. What's all this? Landfill is finished emptying. The recycling centers are doing really well. Is there some park we could put here? Kind of a nice little small park, maybe? Large playground, carousel, a bouncy castle park that has a certain irony to it. Parks, other parks. Birthday Plaza. Ah, water. Probably missing some over here. Oh, missing it at the cemetery. I guess you gotta water the grass. Okay. Now, if we're building a bridge, I'd like it to be a slightly larger road. Which is another reason I'd kind of rather come in from this angle. That's still emptying. So we'll maybe wait on that. In the meantime, we can fill in a little more residential up here. Maybe not go all the way to the edge. Definitely gonna need to expand. Almost kind of think having another interchange here, maybe. The car situation is fine. All right, well let's try a small bridge for now. And that quay is in the way. So we'll just nuke the last little end of it. There we go. Center the pillars nicely. Yeah, that looks good. See-through plastic jackets are in fashion. No one knows why. Now this I would like to eventually be a wider street. So let's plan on it being that. Okay, that gives us a bridge on both sides. We could kind of do like we did before. Have the large road kind of set back from the coast a bit. That would kind of be nice. Just to take more advantage of. Just kind of keep the coastline sort of a smaller operation. Okay, so let's get more quays in. Fewer guidelines. All the way to the other bridge. There we go. This might be another good place to experiment with another pedestrian zone. And maybe with a little more car infrastructure running through it. So let's try that. Let's put in one of these kind of larger roads here. And Okay, pedestrian areas. We need to mark a new one. So let's try painting one right around here. Okay, and now let's put in a bit of a road network. Maybe not right by the coast. But maybe have a situation where cars are kind of only going one way and pedestrians are going the other. Or perhaps I haven't done a whole lot with these yet. Okay, so if we put a road right about here. Okay, and now if I go into pedestrian, here's a pedestrian area service point. We can put this on the small street so that we don't clog up the big one. People are going to be turning right onto that, so let's put it here. And now let's zone some pedestrian streets. Actually, no, let's hook up our utilities first. Make sure this zone is covered. Space already occupied. Oh, things are wacky there because of the earthquake. Okay, there's some good redundancy. That's right about at the edge. And as for the power lines, can come across here. Probably come in from another direction too eventually, but this will do for now. These are pedestrian streets. Now can I put little curved sections? There we go. Now for policies, let's Let's say all roads in the pedestrian area that are not pedestrian streets get a very low speed limit. Decreases noise pollution, does not apply to highways. Let's turn that on. And let's start off by putting some plazas in. Small ice cream stand plaza. Ooh, I like that. Statue plaza. Where are one? Okay, the food truck plaza is one that you put across a road, which is kind of neat. Ooh, we could even put it across the big road, though I don't think I want to do that. Let's put that. Now let's move it a bit. Let's put it here. It's this one. Oh, large ice cream stand plaza. All right, well maybe later. Flower plaza. Some decorations. Modern pergola. Oh, I can just put it as a decoration here. Well, let's put it on the other side too. Okay, and now let's get some zoning in. Alright. So we've got kind of a pedestrian-focused area over there. Now this means I really need to get a bus line in. Really, really, really. Really and truly. This could be another good place for a bridge. Eventually I'm going to want some kind of transit hub up that way. Ah, that's done emptying. Let's add a stop by the park. Stop at that other pedestrian zone. Stop at this corner. I'm gonna stop at this corner. That's a confused bus line. I think you're missing the concept of it being pedestrian. Let's try this instead. Can we do metros yet? No, we can make trams. We need more people for a metro. We're still a ways off. And that means we need expansion. Now we could just try making this a pedestrian path along the coast. That would be nice. We're also going to want schools in this area. And buses are definitely going slowly along that path. Might want to leave that section out. But okay, let's try doing this as a pedestrian road. This can come around this way, and we're going to need to fix our electric line. Let's maybe setting it a bit far back. This looks pretty good, though. Let's just start with this for now. And that extends the reach of the pedestrian zone, too. Well, it might be a bit much, but let's keep adding things and see what happens. Alright, that's getting filled in nicely. And if we put in some residential here... probably will also get filled in. Could probably do with a bit more police presence. Police station, police headquarters. Just need a station for now. Yeah, don't have a lot of coverage on this side. We have some demand for industrial. How's the farm doing? Really, we might just need to expand it a bit. Not a lot of output of things that aren't just plain old crops. I don't know if that is a bad thing at all, really, just that it is what it is. Flour mill's fine. Wasn't there an animal pasture somewhere? I might not have bothered making one. Crops, fruits, okay. No animal stuff, alright. We could try putting some of that on the other side. Cattle shed. Not enough raw materials. There we go. Okay, a fair amount of traffic over here, but nothing unmanageable. How's this area? Where is the land value? Okay, definitely need to build... Oh, Autumn Farmland has reached level 3! Okay, we have a lemonade factory, a milking parlor, medium crop and fruit fields. Okay. Well, that's nice. Let's get a little more seaside commercial in here. Well, riverside. Just because that'll be pretty high value stuff once it goes in. Alright, well, let's add some of these new things. Flour mill. Milking parlor. What was the lemonade factory? That's a small barn. Ah, gonna need more road. Okay, those all look very nice. Still gathering workers. Pretty busy trucks. Ooh, need some water. Alright, well this is nice. Ooh. We're gonna need some more power. What's this one? Geothermal power plant. Sure. Let's put this in our industrial area, which I think we need to expand a bit. That's a long building. I'm going to extend this and then put it here. Ah, we need more water too. Actually, no, that's gonna bother me. Keep it on the same grid as before. Leave a little room for more pumping stations. Power line there. And we definitely need some kind of sewage treatment as well. We have inland water treatment plants. We can also try polluting a little bit less. Okay, so that didn't give us quite as much capacity, but we are using the capacity that we have more responsibly. And in fact, we could juggle these around a bit. Okay, those are all the eco ones now. So there's a little less pollution. You can see the cloud of it moving off downstream. Let's go ahead and connect you back up that way. How's this doing? 4 out of 5 guess. Alright. How's the airport doing? We need more attractiveness in order to level up our airport. Everyone's just doing U-turns in the middle of the street. Let's see what's going on. There's definitely a lot of traffic here. And this is a mess. Oh, Cedar Trails has reached level 5. We can give it a trampoline park. Alright. Now what happens if I move this? Here. This is a one-way road. How do cars visit it? That is clogging things up a little bit. It is a little less chaotic, though. I think if we're gonna do that, I better make a loop up here. And yeah, it's this storage thing. Wants it on its own one-way short loop or something. Yeah, I may need to do that. We'll come back to this in a bit. Does this have what it needs to expand? It has capacity for enough workers. Let's put another small field in. Unless there's a reason to put in a medium one instead. 20 workplaces. 22 for the medium. For a lot more upkeep. Production rate is much higher. Something's weird about that section. Well, we'll put that there for now. Let's see. This is emptying. We can have it stop emptying. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah, exactly. Alright, well, let's work on this airport a little more. Let's see what we can add to it. Or not. It's pretty expensive. Let's run the clock faster so we can accumulate money. I guess it makes sense we'd probably want a few more residents before we look too hard at that. Eventually we'll really want a metro up that way. For now... we can get in more residential. Oh, got a house on fire. Okay. Probably time to start putting stuff on the other side of this too. Let's fill in this for now. We may have to cut some holes in it. For example, we've got a break in the grid here. That's a little odd. So let's start working in another grid of streets over here. I kind of like how we've got a square of separation between the commercial and the residential over there. So let's pull this out just a bit. Yeah. Maybe go around the rock. That's cute. And cannot quite reach there without having to take a bit of a curve. Actually, let's plan on this being a larger road. I'm possibly being just a smidge picky here. In fact, I think I'm definitely being picky. Okay, what else can I do with this interesting grid? This I can fill in a little more densely. And we'll put in a, kind of a curve here. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's start filling it in. Get some water in. Kind of a long system here. There we go. And let's see what we can do about connecting this park, because I think I saw, yes, some connection points to do that. Yeah. All right. Oh, Autumn Farmland has reached level 4. More stuff unlocked. Now there's some... Oh, those are investments in financial buildings. We don't need those. There's some unique building that you can get by having a lot of farmland built. Disaster Memorial. Experience tsunami. No thank you. Office zone. Crime rate over 50%. Tax office. Construct water treatment plant. Oh, that's not difficult. Old Market Street. Oppression office. Employment rate over 50%. There are some of these you want to do in a sacrificial city. Because once you unlock them in one city, they're unlocked everywhere. Sea Fortress. Increases the ship and airport's traffic tourist capacity by 5%. Does that include our custom airports? Also, how big is it? Oh. Well, it's not. Ridiculously huge. It's a little silly to have in the middle of the river. You need 800 workers. Which means we need capacity for 800 workers. We want to snap our things back again.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
Alright, I'm just gonna update our stream title. Seven earthquakes so far.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
Well, we're gonna need to rebuild our interchange again. Alright, that's 7. Don't worry about the cars, they'll be fine. Roundabout, don't need that. 4-way interchange. Could build a cyclone at this point. That's between 2 highways, though. Let's get this lined up the right way. Alright, everyone go back where you belong. Highway. And this 6-lane road again, which I think I'm gonna change like so. Okay, now up here. I mean, distance too short. Make a few repairs. Fill in our zoning again. Need water back in these areas. Okay. Ready for rebuilding. Oh, that got knocked down. How strange. It was all the way over there. What's this ready to rebuild? Oh, the large food truck plaza. There you go. Alright, well, survived that. You all are stuck behind the buses again. You're all trying to get to the silo. Yeah, let's put the silos in their own little place. I think that's also a bit of a mess. But at least we're not clogging up the bus line anymore. This seems clogged. Let us adjust things. What all have we got? Small aircraft stand. Okay, we can put one of those. Here. And that is connected to the taxiways. Must be placed on a concourse. Well, there's a concourse there, it's just concave. That's the problem with it. We need more space for these things to branch out. Oh, okay, it is being used. Might have just had to get through a backlog. Alright, well that's okay for now. Still 4 out of 5 guests in the cabin. How's the hostel doing? That was a very small building over here. 22 out of 50 guests. Okay, not a whole lot of sightseeing. Maybe we gotta get some more parks and buildings. Well, parks, really. Bird and Bee Haven. Ooh, no. What are some other parks? Japanese garden. Oh, that's nice and small. Tuck that in there. Yeah, people really like that. Let's get some more parks in. We can get a carousel over there. How about over here? Interesting. These aren't doing much. Those are hotels, those are pedestrian area plazas. I don't think they're counting as parks to quite the same extent that regular parks would. Yeah, no. Alright, we can add some more along this side. Maybe a basketball court. Stick it in there. Alright, that looks good. Now, I was just working on this. We still need more capacity for workers. This is 4-star. Let's get some more large crop fields in. Maybe fruit trees too. $760 workers. We need a couple more fields worth. Okay, we'll be able to get enough workers there eventually. And let's expand this residential area. Oh, let's go around the rock. Or we could stop that one right there. We can build out this section a little more. Put that there. Put that there. And this is along a large street. Let's be a little more careful with that. There. Now, with all this about transit, yeah, some of my bus lines are not big enough anymore. What's bus line 2 doing? Ah! We'll keep on calling it bus line 2. Gonna have to start color coding these. Okay, so the airport line comes through here and it mostly goes to the little cabin. I definitely want some sort of transit center right around here. Healthcare. We could definitely use some kind of hospital in this southern zone. Let's see, what other bus lines? What's bus line 2? You are gonna be dark blue, so I can see where you're going. You're going from the farm. Okay, we need to send you farther down Main Street. And that goes from the center down Main Street. Okay. And it goes to the farm. Does not go to the other industrial area. And I don't have... Okay, this line is going down this way. So, bus line 2... Call it the Main Street line. Bus line 4. You're the one out here. You can be East Coast Line. Ooh. Where are you? Everyone is getting on here. Let's give you a big articulated bus. Let's see how that improves things. So if we sit here and watch, maybe we'll start seeing the articulated buses come by. There it is. All right. Now let's look more closely at where that line is going. Going up that way. And a lot of these people are getting off up here. Oh, at the park. Make this a dark green. Okay, up to the park. Through there. Eventually it's going to be part of whatever transit system I come up with here. For now it's just going around the loop. Okay. I wonder if we can expand the park over the river and give people another way in. Ah, this is finished emptying. Let's move it over here. Now you don't have to empty out anymore. You do need water, however. And now this road we can upgrade to a larger one. And in keeping with that, I'm actually going to take that zoning off. Ooh. Soul Patch Gaming, thank you so much for the subscription. There's supposed to be an alert box for that. The building is going well. Kind of pecking away at things here and there. We've got... As you can see, we've got several fault lines, because we keep getting hit by earthquakes. Hi, Reliable Battles. of the main street and across the river, and we're kind of getting close to our next population threshold, which would be really nice actually, because it should unlock a bunch of interesting things. Yeah, 7,500 is a big one. So let's get more residential in on either side. Oh, and some of these areas, such as this Oriental Boulevard area, this is a pedestrian zone. So a lot of these streets are pedestrian-only streets. And the same can be said for this section over here. And in fact, here I've got a very slow speed limit set as well. Speaking of that, okay, we still have loads of people waiting at this bus stop. It has cleared out a little bit, but maybe it's worth giving that line a little more funding. The East Coast line. Let's give it 10 vehicles, just to make sure we don't have people clogged up. Ah, you were thinking about downloading this game? Well, you've got choices to make because they've basically put out the final DLC for Cities Skylines, namely the hotels focused DLC. We've got one little rental cabin up here, which is using the new hotels interface. You can see it's got high appeal for nature tourists and sightseeing tourists because it's right next to this park. And then way over here we've got a hostel, which is kind of middling, but it's got some guests. So if you want City Skylines with all the DLC that they've made for it, then you can get that now. And the reason they're not going to make any more DLC is because the devs are currently working on Cities Skylines 2, which I will totally play on this channel as long as it doesn't melt my laptop. That is a possibility I am not ruling out. Oh, that's right. I didn't want to put a straight road there because I didn't want to destroy the rock. I do like to work around rocks when I can. But then you have things happen like earthquakes knocking down the rocks. We had a nice rock that was right where these fault lines are, and our first earthquake nuked it. Oop. That's what happens when I have my fan running. This is kind of an awkward shaped section. Maybe we grow this out a little bit. Then we can attach these. Oh, that's too big. Trying to tuck the cemetery in there. How's our school situation? Oh, there's a high school there. All right. Could maybe use another one on this side. That's right by the cemetery. It's not unreasonable to put it on a big road just so people can get to it. A little friendlier for walking if you put it on this side. And let's pour it in. also worth noting, a lot of the DLC for this game is very aesthetic. So if you just go in and click the, get this game with all its DLC, a lot of what you'll be getting is just radio stations and some buildings that are unique but don't add a whole, section of game mechanics. Oh, Autumn Farmland has reached level 5. You can have large fields and animal pastures, large grain silos, food factory. Alright, well that should be its last level up then. So if you want to just look for the main DLCs that add things like the disasters, and yes, we could even trigger a disaster if we wanted to, or the ability to make a custom airport like this, those are in DLCs, but if you just click the button to buy the bundle, you're going to get a lot of stuff that is mostly aesthetic, so if you want to save some money, you might want to pick and choose a little more carefully. We have almost enough population for the next milestone, which should include things like putting in metros, and that would be a big deal with some of these pedestrian areas. Almost there. Maybe a library? Where can I put another library? Public library. Yeah, we need another one of these. Maybe kind of by the sea here. Aha! Big town! So we can buy another new section of land. We can now make campus areas. And some tax policies related to them. We can build sports arenas. We can have a residential specialization for wall-to-wall buildings. So those are buildings that are where they're built right up to the edge of the lot. So the probability of fires starting in these buildings is reduced, but fire spreads more easily. Okay. We have new office specializations. We have more different public transit options. We have the metro, thank goodness. And a bunch of new policies. High density zoning. Excellent. And some more interesting things, many of which are related to the stuff we just unlocked. Alright, so let's get this library in. When's the release for 2? Sometime this year, I think is what they said. Now let's see. What kind of public transport hubs? Bus and intercity bus. Okay, well that's one thing. Ferry and bus exchange. That's not useful. Ferry and trams, no. What bus thing? Bus depot, we're already using that. Biofuel bus depot, compact bus station to serve as a hub for bus lines. Okay. Another bus station. Okay, can we tuck this in here? How big is it? How many lines does it support? It's got a lot of roof to it. But let's start getting some of these bus lines into the bus station. Specifically, tricky thing with that is it may muck things up if it's going on the other street. This is kind of a situation where you kind of want a dedicated road. I may need to stare at this for a bit. Of course, we haven't changed anything yet. And there is the larger bus station. Whoa. That is big. No, I don't want that. Compact bus station. The depots are just depots. Those are roads with bus and taxi lanes. We don't need those. Oh, this would be a cemetery with no more room. Well, I think we can build crematoriums now. No. We need twice as many people for a crematorium. Okay, fine. You get more cemeteries. That seems silly. We can turn that off, not pay for it, since it's not going to do anything else for us. Okay, but this clearly needs some kind of one-way loop through it. So let's clear out some space for it. What's that? Commercial center. Oh, okay. This is just a zoned thing. Okay. Well, since we have the option of bus-only lanes, first, a shout out for Reliable Battles, there you go. Oh, and if anyone wants to name anything, just call it out. We can give a name to just about anything in this game. Right down to individual animals in farms, which I have seen, but that might be just slightly silly. See, these are expressway ramps. I don't really want those. 4-lane road with bus lanes. 3-lane one-way road with bus lanes. That's only for highways, really. So suppose... this might not be a great place for residential, actually. If it's going to be right near this bus station, let's clean that out. There's so many different kinds of roads, it's a little tricky to keep track of them all. Alright, I'm gonna save the game at this point, because it might be a good place to come back to if I mess up my bus lines. Bus station. Alright, so now... Oh, I got an achievement for something related to airplanes. That's cool. That is compact, isn't it? We can send the green line through there. The magenta line is not stopping here. But we could make it stop here. Wow, I think I actually do need a larger building. This is big, but it could work. Okay. Suppose I put in an even larger station. I could have sworn it used to be a different shape, but I guess I was wrong. Can I make it large enough? Oh, I've lost my place. It's kind of flattening out the land for us nicely, isn't it? Trolley bus. Bus station. It needs a little more space. I suppose we could try putting a compact one on both sides of the road. That's not a terrible idea. This is our main street here. It's not unreasonable for a line going across like this to stop in here. happens if I unzone parts of this? That's a fire station. I don't want to ruin that too much. What's this? That's another public library. I bet I can move this over. Yes. I'm not going to worry about that being one way for just a moment while I rearrange things. Bus station. It's just such a long building. These little bits of commercial aren't doing much either. Okay, I think I'm gonna clear out this section here. This whole chunk too, actually. I'll just clear that right on out for a sec. It's alright if this stuff takes a bit of a hit. Is there any of these? This is an elementary school. Alright. That still needs to be accessible. Some of my bus lines are suffering. I need to get this figured out. So if I have some way for buses to turn in here, if I give it good pedestrian connections to other places, then that's pretty okay. I maybe shouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, it's a pricey game, though if you're into city builders, I mean, it's just got so much to it at this point. There's so much going on. Let's see, there's the compact bus station. That was really not big enough. Heck, at this point, it's probably worth building the hub. Ferry and bus exchange, ferry, tram. Where was the last one? I think it was bus and intercity bus. Well, that's gigantic. What's your deal? A large building with local bus stops and a bus platform configuration with separate platforms for intercity buses. Okay, so we'll probably want some kind of intercity bus line once we've put this in. But let's get our lines figured out. Here's the pink line to the airport. Well, now that we've got kind of a hub in the center, oh, I'm working with the blue line here. I have to be very careful. Oh, I've already dragged something in here. Drag stop to move it. Okay, you have your own stop there. That turns in there. In fact, we could even maybe make a separate exit for buses coming off here. And maybe we don't need that one anymore, nor this one. And of course, it always zooms in right up there. I'm just hoping I can get my focus on it. We've got a lot of people piled up at this point. Where's that green line coming? The green line, your stop can be here. The light blue line okay, I see what's happening there. I see it's kind of nuts. I may want to redo that one. Yeah, the park line, let's remake it. After I get these others under control. The Main Street line is going up to the farm, but we should definitely have it swoop in this way. Even though it may be a little complicated. That's okay. Okay, that's gotten the pink line a little more under control. Now the green one. The one that starts over there, comes all the way up over here. This one we can still put here. Okay, now we just need a new park line. So that one can come through here. Stop at the station. Come back through the station. Here. And here. Okay. I hope that is not too completely nuts. Oh, you got the game? Well, good luck. And, wow. I am amazed. I have influenced someone to do a thing. Now, what's going on this side? Is there a whole setup here I might have missed? Maybe that's for the intercity stuff. Oh my goodness. Also, that needs to go the other way around. Oh, you played it on Xbox. Oh, they released an updated version on consoles for like more advanced consoles. Like, they made a remastered version. So you see how way out here on the map there's a bunch of places I haven't purchased yet. The game, if you don't do anything to change it, will only let me purchase up to 9 squares. Because that's as many as they were willing to give us to make sure that our computers wouldn't choke. But there is a remastered version that is just for whatever the most advanced tier of consoles is right now, that lets you purchase all 25 that are available to purchase. Now, you can make that work on the PC if you use mods, but they just went ahead and gave you that on consoles. So keep an eye out for that. The articulated buses are looking a little bit ridiculous here. But I guess I should bring in some intercity buses since... Monorail, cable car, train... Unless they're just gonna start working. Trolley bus. Bus depot. Biofuel bus depot. Compact bus station. Bus station. Intercity bus station. We have the hub. Intercity bus terminal. Okay, so... Oh, larger alternative to intercity bus station. Doesn't require lines or stops, but allows the placement of regular bus stops from the bays. Okay, so we're good. Yeah, that would take a while to download, especially if you got some DLCs to go with it. Oh, what's happening here? No road access. Well, we better move it then. There we go. Meanwhile, this interchange is now looking, well, such as it is. It's looking a little more crowded. Hello, Toned Tooth 2223. Welcome to Summersburg, where I am retooling the bus lines. There's a nice big bus station for them here. And the fact that I've got this bus station means I don't necessarily need to make bus lines run all the way across town anymore. I can just have them stop here and people can get whatever connections they need. Yeah, I may want another bus bypass here. Something bus specific. I could also just upgrade that interchange and see if that clears things up on its own. Why is the roundabout not one way? Well, that's a good question. Probably because I set it up before large one-way streets were available. Because this was like the first... This here would have been the first thing I had. So I probably just hadn't unlocked all of the roads that I would have wanted. Whereas at this point... we can do that. Also, it just wasn't congested before now, so I didn't have much reason to look at it. This interchange is fine. We've got a few unhappy buildings here. Someone was complaining about a lack of skilled workers a while ago. Yeah, you know, this isn't my first time playing. There are probably a lot of things I'm just overlooking that I have just not had to deal with yet because they haven't been problems yet. High school. Those places are fine. Could use one over here. Don't have office buildings yet. High school. Oh, that's a good thing to fit here. Bus station's looking pretty good. Fair number of tourists are using it. Is this going... Yes, it's going all the way to the end. And I think I want to put another little turnaround here. Just a little short section so that the buses aren't having to go around through there. Yes, they will figure it out on their own. I'm constantly impressed by how smart the bus pathing is. What else? Okay, this one is only going so far, but that's okay for now. Maybe it was trams I was thinking of that had good dedicated lines. You just have to be so picky about your road styles, though, when you use those. Alright, well, the airport could definitely use some sprucing up. A little expensive to expand it. Cut ourselves into the cliff a little bit. concourse, for example. Oh, okay. They're probably, yeah, adding the DLCs to the Xbox version gradually. That makes sense. I think I want to change this concourse to either be straight or bending the other way. So I'm going to change this around. Let's see. Airport terminal. We gave it a 2-story terminal. Modern airport terminal. Now, the modern versions add more attractiveness. Ultra modern. For the cost of being more expensive. Let's just make that straight. There's no reason we need to make things more difficult for ourselves. So that means these loading areas we can move over. Let's put you all the way on the end. And you, move you to the end as well. Now let's get those taxiways fixed. How, have you played? Oh, well, maybe you haven't had much time to yet, but I haven't done much with the financial DLC yet. I installed it, but I've been working more with the airports and the hotels. Let's see. If we're gonna have a row of these... Ah, you only got mass transit? Well, if you're only going to get one DLC, that's a very good one to get. When I started playing, they had just come out with the Green Cities expansion. You don't want to attach that way. Okay, fine. Alright, well let's move this over. I'm just kind of revamping this whole thing. Can I attach this without it being a problem? Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, hopefully you will find your ways back to where you need to be. There's also the... Sure, just clip through each other, it's fine. Okay, must be placed on a concourse. It doesn't like that there's already a taxiway there. Alright, this is the same issue we would usually have when setting up things. Get in a couple more of those. I don't know. Okay, it's still not the most efficient thing in the entire world, but it's at least functional. And what else can we add to it? We still have nowhere near the attractiveness that we might want. So let's see what we can add. Terminals. Control towers. Modern airport terminal. Those don't do anything. Ultra modern concourse. Control tower. Small hangar. Okay. Increase the attractiveness for your airport by providing hangars. Hangars can be placed freely inside the airport area or can be snapped to taxiways. Okay, well, let's put one on a taxiway. Hi, Kulutus. This is Summersburg. It's a city. I'm working on an airport here. It's got some bizarre traffic out here, but we'll work with that later. It's got a farm. Very dense farm. It's got this pedestrian-focused area. You can see a lot of these roads are actually pedestrian roads, but you can zone buildings alongside. You'll burn it down on accident. Well, you can see all these fault lines that we have. We've already had 7 earthquakes in this place. 6 of them were last week. We've kind of gotten off easy so far, but I shouldn't talk. We kind of expanded our residential out into this area. We're kind of building on this side too, but I've kind of been staring at the airport for a while because it's been sitting at 1 star forever because I haven't done anything with it, so I should do something with it. Budget airport hotel. Budget hotel making the airport more attractive to tourists. Place along a road inside your airport area. This is not connected to the hotels DLC. This is specific to airports. You immediately want to play this game? Oh man, I am apparently hyping it up to everyone today. Word of warning, a lot of the content in this game is in the DLCs. So if you get just the base game, you can get in relatively cheaply, especially if it's on sale. But the airport, the ability to make a custom airport like this and to even have an airport while the city is still pretty small, that's in a DLC. The ability to make this kind of fancy park area with trails, that's a DLC. Pedestrian zones like this, that's a DLC. Certain kinds of mass transit are... You need the mass transit DLC for that, so... I want to make more pedestrian zones in real life. This is one of those games where it can make you annoyed that you can't do this for real. Small parked planes. We can put in just kind of cosmetic ones, I guess. But the airport motel. Okay, so if we put some more roads into the airport area, that would make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, City Skylines 2 is going to be fun. That's another option. If you're loving the look of this, they're about to make a sequel, so it might be worth waiting for that. I don't have a good sense yet as to, like, how much of the functionality of City Skylines 1 is going to be in 2 when they first release it. I think I just happened to be reading some news site when they first posted a video. It was like, whoa, stop the presses! Okay, but this is not a highway. This is a standard road, and it's all standard roads out here. So let's maybe put the hotel over here. Let's see. Where's our airport? Because oh, that's right. It's going to level everything. So I don't want to do this willy-nilly necessarily. I have to be mindful of the fact that it's leveling everything nearby. Okay, but if we put that there, maybe curve this out and around. Now this also means that bizarre things are happening to my bus line. Yeah, because at this point, well, if this hotel is really close to the airport, I don't necessarily need the bus to stop at it. Where is... Okay, airport bus station. Put it directly onto a concourse inside an airport area to allow a direct connection for bus passengers to the airport. That's... Yeah, like, why did that bus just take the new short road? I don't know. It was still figuring things out. The wackiness here is because I have buses coming in... Well, it's because I have a two-story terminal. So it's got the departures up here and the arrivals down here. So I have this bus line that goes... I guess now it would be from this central area. My gosh, that's a large building. You can see it from space. But it comes from that bus hub up to the airport, swings by departures, circles back around so it can come to the arrivals downstairs, and then it leaves. So that's why there's all this looping around here. I suppose I could just look at some nearby actual airports for inspiration to see how they manage all this nonsense. Not that I'm saying their ideas are necessarily fantastic, just that they're tested. What's our attractiveness like? It's darn close. All we need is a little more. Loads more scenery. I guess we could put the bus station right on the terminal. What would that do? Coleridge Street. Okay, that is just a road. And then we wouldn't necessarily need all this circling around. A little silly to think that you'd be able to go straight to the concourse in the bus. I don't know how I want to manage that. There's a big fat road coming in. At your local airport, there's a big fat road coming in that splits into two loops at the end, one for departures and one for arrivals. And an overpass somewhere on the big road to provide the airport loop. Yeah, I'm gonna have to study actual maps for this. But first, I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Your airport's in Ohio. Oh wow. Yeah, there was this airport I used to use to go to and from college. There it's like, okay, it wakes up when students are going in and out, and the rest of the time it's dead. Just total ghost town. What's a small police station we can put out here? So there's all kinds of crime at the airport, because it's all the way the heck out here. That works, right? Yeah, that works. Yeah, the buses are doing something here. I guess they're thinking that's since they can cross over, that it's a better way to get out. Which I guess there's no reason for them not to, since it's there. It's just the bus line... Well, that one's taking the other line. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to picture as 1,000 words that one. Let's get a closer look at this airport hotel. It is literally just called the Airport Hotel. Okay. Well, I'd like to add just one more thing to make it that little bit more attractive. More parked planes could do it. There we go. Classic large terminal, classic concourse hub, elevated airport metro station, ooh, aviation fuel station, airline lounge. Okay, a lot of these are really just aesthetic. The metro station could be good. We don't even have metro yet, which is silly. I should totally start setting up metro lines. It would not be difficult to just kind of have a loop going through town. Where is it? Now one thing that they've done with metros in this game since it was launched is metros used to be entirely underground. They are no longer just underground anymore. You can have them come out and be elevated or ground level. So they are not just subways anymore, which is really cool. That said, it may sometimes, well, it will probably often be easier to just keep them underground, because then the station doesn't take up a lot of space up top. However, if we can attach a metro station directly to an airport, that would be pretty awesome. So for example, if I were to extend the concourse out a bit, wow, everything is lit up at once now. Classic style. Okay, thank you. Okay, and this needs to be an airport area, which means I need to push it out just a little more. And that does flatten everything. Okay, now we've got the concourse. Extend it out a bit. Get our electricity connected. So now, if I were to... Where is decoration buildings, public transport? There we go. So an elevated metro station, there's the bus station, airport train station, alright. Now in this case, I would need to be able to connect a metro line on either side. It does not actually add to the attractiveness of the airport, it's just elevated. But it would allow a direct connection. Alright, so... Whoa, no. Pause this. Pause this so I can do all my building and then hook up the power again. So for this one... I am gonna turn it this way. Let's attach the metro station there. That's hooked up. There you go. Okay, and let's get some more metro stations in here. We have... What are our options? Okay, there are some that we need a higher population to use. So parallel underground metro station, you really want stations with multiple tracks if you're going to have multiple lines running through one station. Otherwise, they get stacked up. Large... with 4 tracks crossing at different depths. My goodness. There's the metro tracks. Okay, well, let's get some underground stations in. We're gonna plan on a big vertical loop here. Let's locate this kind of centrally. One there. We want this to be right near the bus station. And 1, 2, 3. We want one by the farm. One in the industrial zone. And then one along Main Street. Now we can add the tracks. We've got to go underground for that. Now, apparently, when they added the ability to go above ground with metro tracks, apparently you can't make as tight of turns as you used to be able to. Looks like we're gonna have to go underwater here. How far down do we have to go? Plus we're gonna have to come back out again later. So maybe this is a case where we might want to come above ground. Just to get over the water. I don't want that section to be cut off from the metro entirely. Well, let's see how far down we have to go. It's allowing this. Why is it allowing this? Oh boy. Well, that worked. Ah! No, page down. We have to put this in. And hook that up there. And I'm running out of money for this. Well, that's okay. We can start off with a linear line. We can start by just going back and forth. Come on. Add stop. What's the problem? New line. There we go. Sometimes it helps to look straight down at what you're doing. Oh, it's not connected. It looked like it was connected, but it's not. Okay, so while we're fixing that, let's just hook up the first two. Complete line. There you go. Okay, so what we should see at this point, we should start seeing metro trains appear. Okay, they're pretty small, so they're hard to see. Okay, not carrying gobs of people yet. But we'll extend it. So for example, add a stop out here, and then make sure that that has a connection going both ways. That will want to come up above ground. So we're going to want to circle this around, which is very expensive. I don't know if I remember the metro being this expensive. But then I am covering rather large distances with it. Speaking of large things, we can now zone for high density. And I think I want to start upgrading some of these areas. Is underground much more expensive? Let's take a look. You have to undo the zoning before you redo it. Let's wait for that to clear out, and then we'll put high density in its place. I don't know that I want to turn all my previous areas into high density. What's that? Is that a zoned building? No, that's the elementary school. So if I make a little chunk, it's about 800. If I go underground, the same distance or so. Oh yeah, that is much more expensive. So now that you've got the choice as to where you want to put your metro tracks, underground is definitely expensive. I don't know, maybe it was pricey before, but it certainly is now. That said, we should be able to connect the airport now. Did I just see that plane doing loop-the-loops? And in fact, I do want to bring it out for this. Of course, elevated is expensive too. Especially when you can't figure out where you want your support poles to go. I think we need to be a little bit higher. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's fun. Now, what that means is it may be worth our while to cross the water above, not go below. Of course, we also want to connect this, which is probably going to be the most useful connection. Well, you know what? We could just rely on bus lines for a little longer. Hook up just this one. Maybe make that one a loop with these. It would cut off the other side for now, but I wouldn't need to think about it so hard. At least not for a while. Can go underground. They'll let us go under it. We'll just need to get higher up enough to get to the station. Let's see if I can come under from this side. Okay, they'll let me go that way. That worked. Okay, almost set. We need to do another river crossing. Let's just take out a nice chunky loan for it. Oh, interesting. I don't have access to the giant loan yet. Alright, well, we'll let that run for a little bit. It's like a Pirates of the Caribbean drop now. Yeah, it's a little nuts. That's right. I wanted to see about connecting cedar trails across the water. Where's the park district? Paint Park area. I suppose we came across here. Ah, that pushes out our pedestrian area just a little bit. That's all right. Basically, where are all these people still getting on and off? Probably still going to the park a lot. So the big question is, can I put a pedestrian path as a bridge across? Maybe with some clearance for boats? Looking good to me. And so if I were to extend its area down to the street here, and put another side gate, alright, well, a little sideways, but it gives some kind of access. And where's that trampoline park? Safety note, only one person on each trampoline at a time. Oh my goodness. That chirper mascot is slightly frightening. Also, there's definitely a trampoline with 2 people on it. So much for safety. Why are you people still commenting on the plastic recycling? I enacted that ages ago. Alright, well let's see if we can do another under the river. That's why the city has a hospital. Oh yes, perish the thought that our hospital should ever become unnecessary.
Meteorologists are issuing a thunderstorm warning for the coming days. Citizens are advised to stay indoors.
You know,
a thunderstorm is battering the city. Stay indoors until the storm has passed.
alright. Alright, where's policies? Where's lightning rods? Or is that only per district? Lightning rods. Request tallest buildings to install lightning rods in their roofs to lower the likelihood of them catching fire during a thunderstorm. Well, I see some trees catching on fire. Are we able to build fire helicopters yet? Fire helicopter depot. Yes, we can. Maybe put it out by the farm. Lost power to the airport. Though really the helicopters should probably be closer to water, but this will do for now. Now where was I? Ah, slope too steep. It has to plan on coming all the way up. Okay. All you need are earthquake rods. Ugh. Well, if we come out here... we're gonna have to redo our power. Slightly ugly, but it will do for now. There's our loop. So now, instead of this back and forth line, we're going to have loops going in both directions. So we're going to come clockwise. Add a stop. Add a stop here. And counterclockwise. Got that? Okay, good. Okay. And one is clockwise metro, and the other is... oh, you need to actually press enter. And the other is counterclockwise metro. Huzzah! There we go. Although, on the subject of earthquake preparedness, we should be able to install earthquake sensor. And I believe this can go basically anywhere. We'll put it out by the road. So that'll just give us a little more warning of exactly where the earthquake will strike when it does. Oh, we've got some burned patches from the fires. Ah, and here's our high-density residential, which is built up a little bit. What's our land value like? Well, we can probably slate the next couple chunks over the same way. Though it would probably be even better to just create a high-density zone somewhere. Could also plan on doing more with these coastlines. We could put high density up here. If I was going to be really clever, I'd put another freeway interchange like here. Connect it more intelligently to the airport. And then have high density on the other side. We could even get a metro station in there. Now somewhere, I know there's a unique building that wants a lot of squares of farmland built. Maybe I did that already. I'll have to look it up. I just don't want to hem in the farm too much if I'm gonna plan on doing that. We can perhaps just increase the density here. Maybe a piece at a time. Wait for that to clear out. Up here by the bus station, maybe. Definitely need more residential, though. Could just keep pushing out this way. It would be nice to have this waterfront to work with. Can also just expand the city outwards. There's this whole big section here. If we were to expand out this way, we could get some residential out there, maybe some office areas, and it would be fairly well connected to the airport. I also need to consider, though, where the train connection is eventually going to be. That's got a train. No train there. So if I want... Yeah, you can see the train line here. So we can maybe go this way. And I'm not above modding eventually if I decide I want more than 9 tiles, because I figure, well, if my computer can handle it and they're happy to give it to the console players, well, heck. Maybe I want that too. Wow, this is kind of an interesting external train connection. Usually you buy a section and the train just kind of goes through a corner. Like so. But they've gone and given us a dead end, just like our highway connection was once upon a time. All right. So for now, it's probably sufficient to just run a road out this way. We might want more interesting roads later. But for now, that should work. So let's make it a big one in preparation for it being more of a deal than it is now. Let's also get rid of this old tower. Because it's broken and we don't need it anymore. Okay, so expanding off this way. Now, I am seeing... Okay, there's farmland. Interesting. What are the white lines among the new rocks? That's a good question. That looks like an old wall. Some kind of historical feature. And in fact, this is clearly Stonehenge. Or something akin to it. Oh, there's a cool video I found on YouTube. I'll link it in the YouTube archive of this, where Tony Robinson goes on a walk through various stone circles, including Stonehenge itself, and he and some other researchers figure out the path that people probably took to walk up to Stonehenge when it was new. And like the intended viewing angle, and like you crest the hill and it's all dramatic, like more so than usual even for Stonehenge. So it's really, really cool. Alright, so let's plan on high density residential over here, and it could even connect up this way somehow. Just put in a big street there. And we'll plan on having commercial right by it. But next to it... do I really want to have it off alignment with everything else? Yes, I'm okay with this. Kind of mark out a square. And leave a little space between commercial and everything else. That is not what I meant to put down. That is something entirely different. That was some kind of tram line. Click. There we go. Maybe we'll leverage our pedestrian powers again. Just because I definitely want to have a little more walking space through here. But maybe I'll just do that with regular pedestrian paths. For example, we definitely want some leading this way. Okay, water. Water comes out this way. More water. And let's cover it like so. Just make sure everything is covered. Down here and over again. Maybe connect it up that way eventually. Okay, but let's get our commercial in here. And paint this a little more carefully. Actually, before anything else happens, we're going to want to plan for having a metro station. Ah, and out here, it's elevated. Elevated metro station with small shops. That's different from just the metro station. Okay. Okay, this side. Space already occupied. It's the road. Okay, we'll come straight across and then over. Alright, but now we can adjust our lines. Once we have power running. Which somehow needs to get across there. I guess running underground power lines is just out of the question. And you all are definitely going to want a school. Maybe a high-capacity high school, too. Now we're going to have loads of people flowing into the city. That may mean a death wave later, but I'm sure we can handle it. What? It's a Penny's Diner. That looks suspiciously familiar. That's beautiful. I love it. Well, let's see. We can put some more low-density commercial out there. I think we have some more water-based parks that we can put in too. Where is... Oh, it's Park Pier. That's something else. Tourism and leisure. What's this? Jet ski rental. Fishing tours. Speaking of death spirals, I haven't had any serious money crises. Well, there was the one last week where the earthquake cut the town in half. But yeah, today, I mean, most of it is just because I've been less averse than usual to just letting the clock run faster. So the taxes drip in faster from our perspective. Riding stable, my goodness. It's posh. Skate park, maybe a skate park in the new zone. Restaurant pier. Oh, that needs a road. The road doesn't go out that far. There you go. Alright. Now where's another hotel we could maybe put in here? Hotels. There's the town hostel. Ah, if we want to unlock more, we need more weekly profits from our existing hotels. Okay. Well, let's put a budget hotel in here. Needs to attract more guests. We don't have a lot of office space yet. Well, really any office space yet. I was kind of thinking of maybe putting an office district on the other side of the airport there. I want to be careful though, because if we were to expand the airport, we might go around that way. Also, my favorite fish is salmon, Mayor. What's yours? Oh, well, I guess we could get into the fishing industry somewhat. We do need another police station. Now, as I recall, this little road was doing something useful for our bus lines. They were using this as a turnaround point, yes. And we need to get a bus line coming from here. So maybe let's extend that road. So let's put that there, and let's see what's happened to the bus line. Okay, it's doing wacky things, but I'm going to extend it. No, not the metro. Bus. Because now that it's here... Oh, no, not the green one, not the green one. I want the blue one. I'm gonna add a stop. Here. We can add a stop here too. And what's the power situation doing? That's just being silly. Oh, we're a small city! So, what now? We can have high-tech housing, high-rise ban. We can have trains and monorails and cable cars. A lot of roads that get unlocked with the monorails. We can have trains. We can have a multi-level metro hub. What's this? This large station comes with underground, ground, and elevated metro tracks, a tool for all metro enthusiasts to use in creating locations where multiple metro lines converge. That may be useful eventually. We've got some hubs that involve metros. Cable cars. Those are not like San Francisco cable cars. They're more like the Skyway that used to be at Disneyland. Let's see. Hydropower plant. I've never used one of these. There's a scenario that focuses on one of them. Specifically, it gives you a town just downstream of the power plant, with a meteor headed straight for the dam. Is there something like a big shopping mall? Well, let's see. Might be one in the unique buildings. We have... Oh, this is showing stuff that we've unlocked in other things, such as the Chirpex launch site. Well, we can go down the list. Hypermarket. If a supermarket is not enough for you, this is your choice. We need 5,000 squares of commercial zone built, which is about 3 times as much as we've currently got. Shopping center. We need way more residential zone. Theater. Fill 5 instances of cemetery. Oh. Well, we could do that. Let's see. Grand Central Terminal. Fill 7 instances of cemetery. You know, there's some other plaza that I unlocked by filling 3 cemeteries. I guess I never stuck with it long enough to get the rest of these, because usually by the time you'd fill this many, you would have unlocked crematoriums. Boat museum, traffic park, locomotive halls. Well, let's see what we've got here. Science Center, Ziggurat Garden. What are all these? Landmarks. Financial buildings. Pedestrian area landmarks. Football. We could get a football stadium in here. And the concert. Statue of shopping. Yes, Plaza of the Dead. You get this by filling up 3 cemeteries. But we didn't have to do it in this city because as soon as you've unlocked it in one city, it's unlocked everywhere. Which is also why we have the Meteorite Park, despite the fact that no meteors have fallen on this city. Yet. Friendly Neighborhood Park, Transport Tower, Mall of Moderation. This mall is not so posh, but has lots of small, cheap shops. Requirement for building the medical center. So we could put one of those in. How big is it? Now that's a unique building. We can only have 1 per city. Climate Research Station. Disaster Memorial. Posh Mall. All tax rates at most 4%. Which you need to keep up for multiple weeks. I think this is something we'd have to stock up on loads of money in order to do. Clock Tower. Official Park. Courthouse. Oh, Grand Mall. There we go. Requirement for building the space elevator, of course, because that's what's on our minds when we're thinking of a Grand Mall. Okay, well, let's maybe get a an office and commercial area, and that can go there. Maybe over around on this side. We can bend this road over. Keeping in mind that this is where our train connection is. So how does that work? People at small shopping centers injure themselves more? I don't know. There are certain unique buildings that require, or maybe they're landmarks, but that require other unique buildings. Okay, so here, monuments. We don't have monuments unlocked yet, but the monuments basically have unique buildings as their prerequisites. So, if we were to put this modern art museum somewhere, then that would be one of several prerequisites for the fusion power plant. Same goes for this Cathedral of Plentitude. This gorgeous cathedral celebrates how fantastic the city has become, open for all religions. Requirement for building the Eden Project. I do not remember how this is unlocked. The city's Skylines wiki has the whole list of all this, so if you're curious, that is where to go. Baseball stadium, classic Americana. Ah, yes, I unlocked that at... Well, this is, I think this might be, something I got from the Steam Workshop. That's another way you can get more buildings, is by looking at what users have created. In fact, some of the DLCs that are offered for purchase were actually created by artists not originally affiliated with the company, so... Yes, complex. But alright, let's go ahead and purchase this plot. That'll open things up for us a lot more. However, it would be nice to move our pollution downstream. My goodness. Do we have any of the nice water treatment, eco water treatment plant? Inland water treatment plant. No, we don't have enough people yet for that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put these part way down, but not all the way down, so that there's room for garbage collectors. And I'll move the other ones. Okay, pause this. I'm gonna move you over. Actually, we're gonna hook up power. There we go. And it'll be kind of nice to get all this junk out of the park. Ding. Somewhat sloshing water. All right, well, that's an improvement. Oh. I see an opportunity. Actually, I'm going to grow this section out just a little bit. Because we have room for another gate. Gotta remember where everything is. There can be only one main gate per park area. Okay, fine. Alright, let's get our roads in. Something's weird with this topography. And we'll just connect it up this way. This road's being a little weird too. Don't suppose it would hurt to connect it up. How's our cabin doing? 4 out of 5 guess. I guess we could see what else we could add there. Well, the park's looking nicer. Okay. What next? What next? Well, now that we're not limited here...
Meteorologists are issuing a thunderstorm warning for the coming days. Citizens are advised to stay indoors.
Or, you know, we could just have a disaster.
A thunderstorm is battering the city. Stay indoors until the storm has passed.
What's happened to our bus lines? That one's being weird. We also need some more electricity when we can get some. Ooh, the solar updraft tower. That's a fun one. The warmth generated by sunlight is what powers this power plant. The warm air goes up, turning the blades of fans that produce electricity. The large batteries within the building allow it to store electricity and not be affected by day and night, unlike solar panels. So that's fun, though nowhere near as large as an actual solar updraft tower would be, but it's cool. And so let's add one of these. I think a lot of our water problems are actually more of a problem with not having the electricity to run the water, which is a little strange. Let's put a straight road out here. Yeah, nowhere near as big as it would actually have to be, but that's fine. Yeah, we may need more garbage capacity too. Alright, what's going on with the water? We just need more of it. Do we really only have one intake? No, it's just that there's no power to this one. Okay, well that's looking better. How's pollution? Yeah, it's there. Now when we get more people, we'll be able to put a floating garbage collector downstream of our sewer outlets that will clean up some of that. In the meantime, I'm kind of thinking some kind of big commercial zone out here. Maybe we don't necessarily need such big roads for all of it. Let's see if that's enough space where we can put football stadium. Need more money. It's expansive and its upkeep is expensive too. Someone needs a pumping service? Is someone flooding? Or did you just notice I'm able to build it now? Hey, join me on my live stream tonight when I go to sleep. Hashtag counting sheeps. Oh boy. Let's see. Looks like we need more garbage coverage. I guess we could do with a little more coverage there. Our recycling centers are having a tough time keeping up with everything we're doing. So let's run this road out a little farther and put something at the end of it. Maybe plan on having multiple things. Where's a windmill? Okay, there's that. And I do want to put a recycling center right by it as well. Because we don't want our garbage to pile up forever. Don't have enough money yet for that stadium. I have to ask myself too. Because that expanding out this way is all well and good, but we're kind of getting out of range of our metros again. Don't suppose we have... Oh, we have large stations. Parallel underground metro station. Okay, this can open things up for us. Maybe that'll be a thing to do first next time, because right now it's about 6 p.m. So we've expanded a lot. Got some more districts ready to go. Would love to get a little more hotel action. Maybe even get into the financial stuff, but for now, this is what it is. So I'm gonna make sure I save. End of stream 2. And pause this. And let's take you out to the stream over screen. Let's see who's around to raid. Let's see. Avac is playing Diablo 4. I've been meaning to go watch his stream, but GDQ has been happening and all kinds of stuff. So let's say hi to him. So, I should be back next week with more of this city. We can see what happens in our expansion and see what other disasters may befall us. But until then, have an amazing week, everyone, and I will see you next time. Great to see everyone today.